opening vistas of space promise high costs as well as high reward. We set sail on this new sea because there is new knowledge to be gained. The exploration of space is one of the great adventures of all time. And we mean to be a part of it. We mean to lead it.
Okay, so let's try that again. Welcome back to the Sea of Stars. We're trying things here. Hopefully this works out better. We'll try not saving immediately. I am in a slightly different ship right now. I think I've decided to retire the Arachna Razor. And we are flying in the Penultimatum now. Still a big ship. Just different. Alright. We are going to Wagoner Farm to see what's up for the Freestar Rangers.
Setting down, everything in the green.
I don't know if I've ever given a tour of this ship. Old person, forgetful, you know, etc. Let me make sure don't have any excess junk in here. Aha, we do. So, obviously, this is the bridge. They call it a cockpit, but let's be honest, it's a bit more than a cockpit. In fact, quite a few of the cockpits are a bit more than a cockpit. It's in the middle of the ship. This particular design of cockpit is typically on the top of most of the ships that it's on, but I like it in the middle. This is our docker. Turn some lights on. From the cockpit, you've got the command center and 2 potential access points. So this is the non-civilian access point. Well, technically, passengers would not theoretically come in here anyway, but this is the armory. And it leads into the brig through the secure room. The secure room has a door. The other brig design has a different bathroom. Well, there's a couple different brig designs, but one of them has this exact same setup, but the bathroom door can't be shut. I prefer this one. All these hab parts are Stroud. Then you have the, theoretically, a station that would be manned to prevent passengers from coming in here, because this is where passengers would come in. And this is an accessible location for them, the infirmary. But technically this is the only place they would be allowed. Connected science lab. Back here is just a big computer room because, well, I like a computer room. And then over here is a workshop. And if we go up, we come into the passenger space. This is where passengers would theoretically stay. Got a mess hall. Little pseudo-private dining area. With a window, with an amazing view. Look at that amazing view. Play darts. Probably put some kind of like an espresso or a drink machine over here eventually. The kitchen, also with its own amazing view. Equally amazing, just different. And to the right and left is the exact same design. You have living quarters, a large scale living quarter for people to live. Then you enter into a larger all-in-one. Beds and bathroom down here. Little kitchens, private kitchen space. Table for dining. And then the smaller scale version of that over here and in here. And plenty of bathrooms in this ship, and I won't take a tour of the opposite side because, like I said, it's literally the exact same hab units, just on the other side. If we go back here, theoretically, the passengers would stay out of here because this is crew quarters, and you can tell because the crew quarters are a little bit less comfort level, you know? Crew has little cot-style beds instead of the nice mattresses. Of course, when there's no passengers on board, the crew can sleep wherever they want, so if they want to sleep in the nicer beds, they can. This is their little pseudo-private kitchen living space. More beds for them. Little workout area. And the captain's quarters. Now, this captain's quarters has an unfortunate door situation because that chair is there with the door facing this way, or if I put in the alternate door that goes the other way, then it clips into this wall. So I kind of chose for it to clip into the chair. I'll look and see if I like it better clipping into the wall, but generally speaking, when you're looking at it from this direction, it looks better. And I don't go into the captain's quarters very often anyway, so I feel like just leaving it that way is better. Plus, if I wanted to make sure nobody's been in here, I could just keep it closed. Period. Of course, I could do that with it facing the other way too. We'll see. We'll see. That's a bathroom through there. Then if we go, well, first, let's not be dehydrated and malnourished. And if we go down through the little passway corridor, we come into the cargo bay. Hello, Cora. Which leads to engineering and the access that goes up into the computer. And then we have an exit at the back. Hello, Walter. We have an exit out one side. We have an exit out the other side. And we have the front exit. And that's the interior of the penultimatum.
I appreciate the desire for independence, but these people are quite vulnerable.
That's why we're here.
The Free Star Rangers. You have no idea how happy I am to see you.
I'm Ranger Emma Wilcox. My deputy and I are here to help. Now, tell us what happened.
I was out planting in the fields when I saw some men approaching. They looked like soldiers with uniforms and weapons and such. They wanted to buy the farm. Didn't even ask if it was for sale. Their offer was so low, I told them right where they could stick it. They said they'd give me time to think about it, but if I didn't change my mind, I was gonna regret it. Then they left.
How many were there?
There were 4, but when they were walking away, I heard them talking like there were others. Maybe there's more out there.
What reason might someone want this farm?
Nothing I can think of, no. Truth is, we're in some hard times here. The last harvest was the worst we've had in a long time. Besides, it ain't like there's a lack of available land around here.
You said they looked like soldiers?
That's right. The uniforms look like the ones worn by Free Star soldiers back during the war. They had a certain steel in their eyes. Like men who were used to violence. I was in fear for my life.
Well, they must be somewhere nearby if they're planning to come back.
Back behind the house there's some canyons. They went that way. That place is dangerous. Steep slopes, narrow trails, rock slides, and all manner of hostile creatures, too. If you're going after those men, be careful. Oh, there's one other thing. They said they were the first. The first of what, I'm not sure. But there must be more of them coming.
Thank you, ma'am. That should be enough for us to find these men. All right, deputy. Keep that weapon handy and your eyes sharp. Since these guys don't know we're after them, they're probably not making an effort to hide their tracks. Now, Let's go and check out those canyons.
We are in your hands now, Deputy.
That's the idea.
Alright. Well, we'll try going in quiet and calm.
Boot tracks. Several pairs by the look. Not too old either. Let's head down into the canyon and see if we can find more. Quiet out here. I like it. Nice change of pace from Aquila City.
You know, you don't say things like that, 'cause you jinx the entire mission.
It is unfortunate there is no safer route. We should take our time and step carefully.
Oh, I grew up on a farm. Back when I was a kid, I used to love exploring and making maps. These canyons would have kept me busy for months. I'd have...
Not the ideal time for target practice.
Look, I'm a miner. I see an easy opportunity to mine. I mine.
Come then. Meet your death. Why do they even try?
Because they're horrible alien monsters. Sounds like the people we're after are also fighting these things. Or something else.
Good eye, Deputy. Looks like we're heading in the right direction.
I suppose this thing would not appreciate your plans for it.
Well, I didn't appreciate its plans for me either, so I think we're even.
Get ready!
It would seem that a fall is not the only thing that can kill you here.
Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't look like great.
The great serpent favor. Goodbye, dearest.
Sorry. Alright.
Look out!
Yep, no good way down, so just be careful.
Got a situation here.
Are you using a knife? Did you not
Are
bring
you
a
prepared to die?
gun?
Grab some cover.
Ow!
Take cover! A bit eager to use that, are you not?
You know, you should have brought a better weapon than just a knife. I mean, geez. Fortunately, gravity's seems to be pretty low here, so it's not too bad if you take a fall.
Watch it.
Yeah, I officially don't like these things.
They definitely passed this way. Let's just hope they're not perched up on these canyon walls, waiting to snipe at us.
Why do you keep saying things like that? First you said it's quiet, and then we got attacked by monsters. Now you said, oh, you're a terrible ranger. In fact, you're a terrible person. You just don't say those things. Give me the rock! Ugh. Why even show it to me if I can't mine it?
Nice to get out under the sky for a spell. Being a mother means I don't get as much field work as I used to. You're a natural tracker.
Depends on the prey.
I hope wherever you store that, the smell will not be an issue.
It goes into my hammer space bag, don't worry.
Got a situation here!
Down we go.
You smell that? I'd bet my badge that's wood smoke from a campfire. They're close. Be ready.
They cannot be far ahead. Let us hope they are not waiting just on the other side of this cave.
I mean, come on, Andreja. You two. Both of you, stop saying things like that. I'm not taking any chances.
There are safer ways to relieve stress, if that is your goal. Cowards.
They had their opportunity. So What, they're out here running moonshine?
Something worth our time in here, perhaps?
Was it just these ones? I thought there was a fourth. We were told there were 4, and I'm pretty sure
Hopefully
there
there
were
is something
4.
of value here.
Oh.
Damn! That was a lot rougher than I expected. Let's talk.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. Still looking around.
Find anything interesting?
What about this?
Let's see what we have here. Interesting. So, their ship was stolen from the Hope Tech factory. Whoever pulled that off must have been one hell of a shipjacker. Well, I guess someone really wants that farm bad. Speaking of which, let's get back there and let Miss Wagner know that she's safe. For now.
Sounds like a plan. Next time, bring a gun. Wonder if there's another way up out of this canyon. Well, sort of. Might need to use and abuse the low gravity, but that's always fun. Alley-oop. Oof. Almost. Careful. Careful. Boost packs at the ready. Oh, very nice. I mean, even in low gravity, you still get a thrill out of that. At least I do. Maybe even more so because of the low gravity. Alright, where you at? Hello? You're not who I'm looking for. Seems like a pretty nice place. You're the one I'm looking for.
What happened? Did you find those men?
They won't be troubling you again.
I'd always heard the Freestar Rangers were dependable, and now I've seen it firsthand. So who were they? And why do they want my farm?
We have a lead, but it's still too early to say.
They say the Rangers always get their man, so to speak. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I can't thank you enough. I'd hate to be remembered as the wagoner who couldn't hold on to the farm that's been in the family for so long.
Just doing our job.
Of course. All the same, I'm grateful.
If you have any more trouble, give us a call. We're in system, so it won't take long to get someone out here. All right, Deputy. Let's get back to the rock. We need to report this to the Marshal.
What's in here?
find the interior of this ship comforting.
Pressure holding. Takeoff looks good. Retro's firing. Orbit stabilized.
Welcome to the Freestar Collective. Please maintain your current course while we scan your ship. That's all we need. You're cleared for landing at a Q.
Beginning landing cycle. Hey, Cap.
Do you need my help?
Nope. Just need you to get out of my way.
The smell of lumber, crops, and chunks? Yes, that is chunks.
You know I like chunks.
Got anything you need?
Anything I can help you with? Sure, have at it.
Takes a while for it to resolve a large ship like this. The one object on this desk that would be considered stealing, and it's on the floor where I can't pick it up. Wow. Just wow. I like how it says that Emma Wilcox is no longer following me,
Oh, looks like we got another off-world.
but she's clearly still following me. She's no longer my, quote, companion for any quest line, but she won't leave you until you get back to the rock. Possibly not even until after you turn in the quest. I don't remember.
Hopefully, you're not some UC.
What if I am? What are you gonna do about it? What's that? Nothing? That's what I thought. Okay, where am I supposed to go here? Oh, right, okay.
What's the story on Montero Luna?
That call we got from Wagoner Farm turned out to be a little more interesting than I was expecting. Some men were trying to run the Wagoners off the land. They tried to buy it first, but when that didn't work, they turned to threats. We confronted them, and unfortunately, it came to violence. None of them survived.
You helped someone in need and came back alive. That's a job well done.
Shall we celebrate with a drink?
You did good, but a celebration might be a little premature.
Still some unanswered questions.
I agree. Until we see the whole picture, we won't know if Miss Wagner is truly safe. What did you make of these men who were trying to take the farm?
What I made of them is corpses.
You enjoy the violent stuff, huh? If you have to shoot someone, make sure it's for the right reason. If they open fire on you first, then you're within your rights. But outside of that, violence of any kind should be avoided.
You did what was necessary. There's no shame in that.
Now, did you find anything that might give us a lead on why these men wanted the farm?
They hired someone to steal a ship from Hope Tech.
Hope Tech ships ain't exactly cheap. That thief could probably tell us a lot about these men you ran into.
There's something else. They were dressed in Freestar militia uniforms. The unit badge was yellow on black with the number 1. Didn't you fight in the Colony War, Marshal? That sound familiar at all?
The 1st Cavalry. I was in that unit for a while. But it was disbanded decades ago. After the Battle of Nera. What was left of it, anyway.
Could they be veterans?
I suppose it ain't impossible, but it's real damn unlikely. The unit was pretty much wiped out, and the few that survived ended up in prison after a court-martial for disobeying orders. I don't recall how long the sentence was.
Still doesn't explain why they'd want Wagner Farm.
No, it doesn't. Just raises more questions. It's a good bet that starship thief can help us get some answers. The Hope Tech factory is in Hope Town on Polvo. Nia Kalu's our ranger stationed out there. She can introduce you to Ron Hope, the president of Hope Tech. He might be able to help you find the thief. Just make sure you stay on his good side. He's on the Council of Governors, and they're the ones we answer to.
Council of Governors?
The ruling body that oversees the Freestar Collective and the Rangers. The council members are the political and corporate elite of the Freestar Collective, so we have to tread lightly when we're dealing with them.
So in other words, it's political. What can you tell me about Ron Hope?
Proud, stubborn, and smart. A self-made man. He built Hope Tech through blood, sweat, and sheer willpower.
Well, I'll do what I have to do.
Normally, I'd praise that kind of dedication, but you need to maintain a sense of perspective here. Our authority and our power comes from the Council of Governors. Remember that. This is your assignment now, Deputy. Work with the other Rangers. Find out what you can about those men on Montera Luna. Meantime, I'll look into a possible connection with the 1st Cavalry. Good hunting.
You ever heard of a conflict of interest?
Nicely done.
Thanks. Any thoughts?
Excuse me.
All right.
Journalistic integrity at its finest. SS and
Okay. Still a few things to do here. You know, let's go to Helios.
Aquila City's really the heart of Freestar.
Good to be back in our own ship.
I agree.
Time to push some G's. Everything looks so pretty up here. We're in orbit.
Must have been a good jump. We're still in one piece.
Starting landing procedure.
Look who it is.
This ship also has more windows than my other ship.
rehabilitation can be a valid alternative to incarceration. But I would be happy to be proven wrong.
Mr. Halfton, we are trying, but we don't have the manpower.
And now half my crew thinks your little band of convicts is just waiting to drag us off and scrap us for organs.
Mr. Halftown, our security officer has been put into the infirmary trying to find your worker. We're doing everything we can. All I ask is that you and your crew be patient. You have nothing to fear from us convicts. We are handling it.
Then get it done. Or else we are going to have problems.
You have my word.
Oh, hi. We're not exactly open, but did you need something for your ship? Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
I mean, not really. But, you know, it's always good to come and say hi to ship services. Hello there.
You dropping off? Didn't think we had any deliveries until next week. Got an invoice I can look at?
I'm just checking the place out.
Oh. Don't get many visitors this far out. Not a lot to see at the moment, but once we're open, the hope is to have plenty on offer. Imports from around the galaxy, stuff made by our residents. Happy to let you peruse what we've already got in. Mostly just the basics at this point, though.
What was that argument I was unable to avoid earlier?
The construction foreman Halftown and his crew are scrambling their undergarments because one of their guys wandered off the other night. Probably a little too much glug-glug. But now the entire construction crew thinks we're going to slit their throats just because most of us have a criminal past. But look, if you want to get involved, Sloane's been coordinating the manhunt. She'll have all the info you might need.
What is this place exactly? Or better, what is this place going to be?
The retreat? It's going to be a development center for the incarcerated. If we can ever get up and running. The plan is to take people from the galaxy's prisons and give them classes in things like machining and agriculture. Just generally get them to a place where they can have their own lives. The sort of attention you don't get languishing in a cell. Or at least that's the goal. Sloane and Nevin, the founders of this place, they ran a pilot program a ways back. Made sure the system could actually do what they'd hoped. That's how Greg and I got involved. They paid off our bounties, pulled us out of jail, and helped us turn around our lives. Now we're trying to do the same for others.
paid off your bounty?
Sure did. Anyone who commits to joining the program gets their bounty paid off by the retreat. Not sure who's footing the bill, though. I presume it's coming from outside donations because Sloan and Nevin aren't exactly rolling in cred sticks.
And what'd you do?
Most of the staff here are. Got me for digital intrusion and grand larceny. Was in a bad place. Needed a lot of funds. Fast. So I hacked a couple Galbank servers. Had maybe 6 years left on my sentence in Aquila when Sloan and Nevin swooped in. They said they'd pay off my whole bounty if I ran through their pilot program. I didn't have much else going on, so I said sure. It was hard work, but Sloan, the woman is compassion in human form. She stuck with me. And now I'm here, running the retreat shop and maybe someday one of my own.
Let me see what you got.
Try not to be too awestruck.
And when I say let me see what you got, what I really mean is let me buy everything you have. I know the vendors and merchants replenish their stock on some kind of a time-based thing, but I don't know what that timing is. All right.
Take care now.
Finders, keepers, I believe Cora would say.
She'd be right.
I am skeptical of whether this retreat will achieve its goals, but I applaud their efforts.
It sure looks pretty. I mean, it could look pretty. Looks like it's gonna take a lot of work, though. Looks like this might already be somebody's room.
your skill.
With locks is admirable.
Sloan send you with my next round of painkillers? Can't come soon enough. Whatever it is you need, I'm not the person who's gonna get it for you.
Well, I was hoping to get answers about what happened, but alright. Now, technically, you don't have to be crouched when you steal things. If nobody can see you, theoretically, nobody cares. However, it's best to crouch so that A, you can see that you're hidden, and B, there are instances where somebody has, quote, seen me, even though they were nowhere near me and couldn't have possibly seen me. So it's just easier to always make sure that you're crouched so that you can make sure that you're hidden. Now, I will say this is not the first time that I have attempted this quest. However, the last 2 times I attempted this quest, it was broken. Now, one of the times the quest was broken because I think it was an order of operations kind of thing. Basically, I did a part of the quest before the quest was ready.
I trust you understand the risk in taking that.
Yes, I always do. I did the quest out of order before it gave me the instructions to do a thing, and as a result, it wouldn't progress because it basically was confused that I hadn't done the one thing first, and yet, anyway. Basically, in the quest, there was a line of pathing that I had stepped over, and the quest couldn't compensate for it, so it just soft-locked the quest. The second time I tried it, it just wouldn't even initiate the quest. Like, beyond this point right here. And for the record, this point right here was where the quest was broken both times. I never tried the quest again in future saves. But currently, I have mods downloaded, and the game's been out for over a year now, so hopefully it's been fixed. Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Are you lost? Because if you're here to enroll someone, I'm afraid we're having just a minor crisis. And it's going to be a while before we're evaluating any applicants.
Enroll someone?
This is, well, will be the Elios Retreat. Someday we hope for it to be a bastion of education and growth for some of the galaxy's most needy. It's incarcerated. That, however, is feeling more and more like it might never happen unless we resolve our current crisis. So it might be best if you just moved along.
Not here to sign up, but I might be able to help with your problems.
Oh, that's awfully kind of you, but... you know, we could use some more manpower, actually. Speak to Sloane. She's been taking point on the... well, she'll be able to explain it all.
You're all criminals? What'd you do?
I am the sole exception. I was a neighborhood administrator for years in New Atlantis. Was tasked with maintaining the Wells section of the city. Home to many of the UC's most underprivileged citizens. I saw firsthand what havoc the bounty system could cause in a neighborhood. Parents in prison, money funneled away from basic needs. It can become a cycle. Here, we hope to give people the tools to escape it.
What do you do here?
I'm the facility's chief administrator, co-head of the whole retreat with Sloane. She handles most of the resident side of things. Making sure we've got the right people for the program and those people have the right tools to succeed in their own development. I keep the lights on and make sure things hum along smoothly. Which has been harder of late.
And, the argument?
Well, our construction foreman, Mr. Halftown, is understandably upset that a member of his crew has gone missing. It's put a complete stop to all work on the facility as Mr. Halftown's crew doesn't believe the staff and myself can be trusted with their well-being. And our attempts to defuse the situation by finding the missing crewmen have failed thus far. Sloane's been trying to keep everyone calm, but I honestly don't know how much longer this can go on.
So what is there to do around here?
Currently, very little. But once we're open, should that day ever come, we hope to have all manner of training and personal development courses available for our residents. Most of our staff are formerly incarcerated themselves, so we hope to be able to provide a level of service unlike any other in the galaxy.
Well, thank you for the information, Liam O'Brien. I mean,
until next time, then.
Nevin. Sloane?
I'm sorry, love, but the Elios retreat isn't taking new residents right now. We've had some issues. A missing person chief among them. But you're welcome to rest up and refuel here as long as you'd like. So long as there's no bounty hunter after you that's going to kick my brand new door off its hinges.
You guys get a lot of bounty hunters causing property damage?
Not yet, but it's certainly a risk, given the retreat's intended line of business. But I'm not about to send anyone packing who might just need a place to collect themselves.
What's Elios Retreat?
Well, at the moment, it's primarily a collection of shipping containers and unused construction materials. But the plan is to make this place into a growth and education residence for the galaxy's incarcerated. We'll offer job training and a support network for folks that otherwise just while away their days in prison just because they didn't have the credits to pay their own bounties. Get them all the tools they need to set up regular, boring lives like the rest of us.
I actually meant what is Elios, but that's fine. You think that can actually work?
I know it can work. Have the notation to prove it. We did an 18-month pilot program before we started setting up shop here. We're happy to now call 2 of the participants employees of this very facility. They just needed some help getting their footing. And once this place is open, we're going to expand on that success.
Sounds like a goal.
Well, thank you. Always striving to make my presence in the universe a net positive. But still got a lot of ground to cover. But I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to listen to me blabber. You're probably exhausted. Monica should have any supplies you might need. She's just out front of the main building. And our ship services tech is out near the landing pad if your vessel needs some tending to. And if you need anything else, or just want to talk, you come find me.
Well, if everyone's got a checkered past, what's yours?
If you can believe it, I was Crimson Fleet. Scouring the skies for loot and glory. Ended up finding a hefty prison sentence instead, which, honestly, was probably the best for me and the galaxy at large.
I've done some work with the fleet myself, but I expect that was a tough life for you.
You'd expect right, even at the best of times. But I'm sure you didn't come here for an ancient history lesson. Was there something else you wanted to discuss?
The missing person. Need help?
That the truth? Because I can't say it's going to be easy work, but if you found the construction crew's missing man, we'd all owe you.
What can you tell me about the worker?
Well, he was last seen a few days ago, so we don't think he could have gotten far. We sent our lone security officer to find him, but things didn't go according to plan out there, and now he's taken up residence in our infirmary. So if you're offering, we'll absolutely take the help.
Not gonna be easy? Why's that?
This planet is not the most accommodating to human life. It's wild, empty, and the local fauna, well, they're not big fans of humans. So while I will absolutely take your help if you're offering it, I just want you to be aware, I don't expect it's going to be a walk in the park.
Most worlds aren't. If the money's right, I'll bring you all the construction workers you can handle.
I appreciate the moxie, but let's just start with the one. First things first, you want to speak to Greg D'Angelo, our security officer. He was wounded searching for our worker, Mr. Killman's trail. He should be able to get you pointed toward Killman's last known location.
Alrighty. So this is, I think this was the point at which the quest fully bugged out.
Are you sure you want to take a chance like that?
Basically, it was either here or the next step, because it wouldn't let me talk to Greg D'Angelo.
Who are you? Can't the guy heal in peace?
So what happened to you?
I got gored. Was out hunting for this dimwit construction worker when something comes charging out of the overgrowth and puts a horn or a claw or something in my gut. I never got a good look at it, but it must have been huge because it laid me out. It took me 6 hours of crawling to get back here. So unless you need something right now, I'd love to get back to closing up the hole in my torso.
Modern medicine's amazing. I just need to know where I can pick up the trail of the worker.
Sloan found someone else, huh? Well, hopefully, you'll have better luck than I did. I managed to turn up some tracks outside the facility. Bit of a hike, though. Not sure if they were Killman's, but Ixal's not exactly a bustling metropolis. There was a cave system I scanned nearby, but I got attacked before I could look any further. Next place I was planning to visit once I was on my feet again. I'd start there.
And visiting that cave is what broke it the first time. I visited the cave before I actually came into here. It was at the time, and this was almost a year ago, maybe over. It was at the time a known bug for this quest. Like I said, I'm assuming that they fixed it, but even if they didn't, I'm going in the right order anyway, so. You anyone I should talk to?
My crew isn't lifting a finger until my man is found. Can't believe I bought into this place's crap reform program story.
You seem concerned for your worker, so what's keeping you from finding him?
Because I'm not the one whose job it is to keep this place secure. I'm just the guy who thought I could trust the people giving us this job.
Well, I mean, it sounds like your worker wandered off on their own, but what is it you do, or I guess don't do around here?
I'm supposed to be the construction foreman. It's my job to make sure the Helios retreat gets built to whatever standard these folks want so they can run this reform program or whatever. But it's also my responsibility to make sure my crew can do their jobs safely, which sure as hell isn't the case right now with one of my people missing. So right now, I'm just waiting.
Alrighty then.
Uh-huh.
So, there's a real little thing in this game that is not often noted or noticed, but it really adds to the overall, and I don't know if it was on purpose or if it's just
When are we getting armed, boss?
something that happened when people were recording their voice lines.
You ask me for a gun one more time.
Pronunciation. I don't know if you noticed or not, but they pronounced Elios and Elios 2 different ways, I think, now. Maybe 3 that I've heard so far. That's not only realistic, but it's also again, if they did it on purpose, it's a clever way to not stick to one pronunciation. You know, it's since this is all fictional and who knows, you know, where the name Elios came from, it makes sense that there might be multiple ways to pronounce it, and or who cares? You know, there's a great moment in, I want to say it's the second Pirates of the Caribbean movie, where 2 of the pirates, for comedic effect, are discussing the pronunciation of Kraken. And at one point in the discussion, and of course they pronounce it different ways as they're discussing it, at one point in their little conversation, one of them says to the other, "It's a mythological creature, and I'll pronounce it how I want." That is probably one of the most brilliant statements of fictional pronunciation awareness. There are people that will be sticklers for the pronunciation of a fictional creature, word, race, species, city, you know, whatever. It was made up by a writer. None of this is real. You know, like if somebody has a different variation on their version of the pronunciation of it, then let them be. Now, you could also argue, oh, well, the original creator had a specific pronunciation for this. Sure. But
hey,
also...
be careful not to point that thing at me.
who cares? Another great case in point, the planet Coruscant from the Star Wars universe. When first hired, Jake Lloyd, who had read the books and anyway, Jake Lloyd had read the books, and when he was selected to be cast, he was pronouncing it Coruscant. I pronounced it that way too, because it's a weird spelling of a word. It literally is spelled in that way. And he was corrected to say Coruscant, because that's how they wanted it pronounced. But that's my point. Prior to that movie, episode 1, that word, made up by a writer, had never been pronounced in an actual, like, verbal audio way. It was only ever written down. So if people wanted to pronounce it Coruscant, then okay, that's just a pronunciation. And here's my take on it's pronounced Coruscant. How do you know people in the Star Wars universe themselves wouldn't pronounce things differently as well? And that's why I like that there's
Caves like this can be an excellent way to conceal the presence of an illegal operation. I should know.
Interesting. That's why I like that when those two or three people pronounced Elios and Elios in the different ways that they pronounced it, that's the most realistic thing ever. There's actually a couple other instances of that in this game where people pronounce things differently. I think there's even some proper names of individuals that are pronounced differently depending on who's saying it, but alright, let's go in a little bit heavier. We're probably going to switch out this Orion. In fact, let's do that right now. That Orion was not powerful enough. Oh, I did a little bit of reorganization in the naming conventions of my weapons. So AW is assault weapon, and all of my assault weapons are basically machine guns. You know, not all of them are automatics, because an assault weapon is not defined by being automatic. But they're all the kinds of weapons you would primary as an assault weapon. And then got all of my blades, because they're all blades, marked as blade. EM weapons being somewhat unique, I have labeled as EM. Let's actually swap to a breach for this. These numbers are not correct, though. There we go. For some reason, when it comes to EM weapons, the damage numbers for EM are not accurate half the time, and it requires you to, like, swap weapons or something to get the accurate representation of the damage number. And I'll be honest, I don't know what EM damage numbers actually mean. You know, bigger number is better. That I know that much, but other than that, I don't know the specificity of that. We'll go ahead and swap that out specifically for now. Well, actually, Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. But we're still going to keep the breach as an option. And then HG is heavy gun, which is where I put all my explosive weapons and other things that are heavy guns. MW is marksman weapon, basically everything with a scope. Most of them also have a suppressor. And most of my assault weapons do not have a suppressor because honestly, when you're that close, you don't care about a suppressor. SA is sidearm, which the definition of a sidearm, take it for what you want, but in my specific definition, it's can it be held in one hand in the inventory screen. And so every weapon that is held in one hand is in here. There's only one. Oh, I need to get rid of that. There's only one. Where is it? Fully automatic in the sidearms. And I happened to note when I was going through this, this is actually a somewhat unique variant of the Kraken, in that you'll note it has a very shiny red coloring. So there's, I don't know why, but basically when it comes to both the Kraken and the Maelstrom, there are two variations of the weapons. One variation has the option when you're going through modifications to alter the skin. Not that there are any skins that you can actually utilize yet, but it has that option. And the other one, you cannot alter the skin when you're doing the modification. This is the you cannot alter the skin version. It has a slightly brighter red skull on it, and the shiny red parts are shiny red. Whereas the alternate version that you can alter the skin on is a duller red skull, and the shiny red parts aren't as shiny. I don't know why. I don't know why the two versions of these guns exist. Of these two guns. I don't know what the difference is. You can find them randomly throughout the game in both forms, so whatever. I'd kind of like to get another Kraken and Maelstrom with the alternate variations just because, but, you know, for right now I only have the one. And then SG is shotgun or scattergun, a spread gun, and most of these weapons have the shotgun-like effect. Technically, the mag pulse is referred to as a rifle, and it doesn't have a very large scatter range, but its overall effect is closer to a shotgun. So I called it a shotgun, and we're leaving it at that. And then tool. This is not technically a tool weapon, I do not think. However, its overall appearance, effectiveness, and other aspects of it, it's really short range. It's a tool. I wonder if I have a Kraken in here anywhere. Probably not. I haven't picked up any. The one named weapon that I can't rename. I don't know why, but that's the way the game works sometimes. Alright. This place looks neat.
Is that for selling later or personal use?
Neither? Both? Maybe?
I heard something.
You know, something tells me I'm going to be encountering a big version of this thing at some point, because it seems like that's how it goes, generally speaking.
It seems local fauna has been nesting here.
Well, this would be a ideal location for some type of creature to make a nest. It could also be a hive of some sort. We don't know what the ecology of these creatures are.
Another way through here. Unsure where it leads. Anything here worth taking?
Creature pile. In other words, giant shit. Whether a collective of shit or a real big singular shit. That's what that was. And yes, I just rooted through it.
No! No! I'm not going back! Stay away! Oh God, please, please don't put me back in the bag. I'll do whatever you say, just please, not the bag.
What are you talking about? What happened?
What happened? You're not here to... I was kidnapped. He caught me off guard after hours, threw a bag over my head and marched me off. But I escaped. But then these creatures started hunting me. So I ran in here. And I've got no food and I'm so hungry and... Please, take me back. I just want to go home.
Any chance you happen to know who kidnapped you?
No. No, he kept the bag over me the whole time. I heard his voice. But he honestly didn't say much when I was around. I need this to be over. Please. Please, can we go? Please?
Get your shoes on, pal. We're going back to the retreat.
Do not fear. Your trial is at an end.
Oh, thank God. You don't know what that... Oh, come on. Let's get out of here. You do know the way back, right?
We'll find it together. Don't want to leave a door open.
Killman! Killman's back!
What, did you think I wouldn't be able to do it?
Mother of God, kid. What happened?
I was walking out, and someone threw a bag over my head. They took me... I don't know. It smelled like the inside of a first aid kit. I had to sleep on a steel floor and...
Which one of you crooks bagged him, huh?
Us? Why the hell would we do that? Waste of a perfectly good bag.
You're rambling, kid. Come on. Let's get you cleaned up. You smell like used welder's gear.
Mr. Halftown, I have some medical training. I'd be happy to...
You stay away from him. I want whoever kidnapped my man found and dealt with, understand? I don't care if it's one of your people or mine or a fucking ghost. Find them.
Of course. We'll do what we can. But...
I'm not interested in excuses. I need to know who did this. Just find my man's kidnapper now. You actually found him.
You sound surprised. So...
I guess it might have been a bit naive for me to hope for a happy reconciliation, but you brought him back safe. That's what's important. Here, you have my sincerest thanks. But now, we've got a whole new thread to pull on. What are the chances I'd be able to convince you to help us find our kidnapper?
I'll do it, but, I think you can offer more credits.
Fine. I'm sure I can convince Nevin to trim some fat in the construction budget. Now, Mr. Killman didn't seem to have a lot of information, but I caught at least one or two bits I think could help us find our kidnapper.
You think someone from the retreat did it?
I want to believe none of them would. But I've been around long enough to know how easy it is for someone to surprise you. So honestly, I don't know. But I think those hints Killman mentioned about the kidnapper's refuge are the key to figuring it out.
He mentioned a smell. Something about a first aid kit?
He did, didn't he? Industrial antiseptic would be my guess. I know that smell. There was a building we were evaluating as a possible site for the retreat not far from here. An old research outpost. Seems like a decent match for the description of our kidnapper's hideaway. Here, the facility's coordinates. Head out there and see what you can find.
I'll do that. Okay, we're still on the map. And hey, we still have the daylight, so let's head out there. Where are you at, Drage? She could be taking the long way. If she is, hopefully she's not taking the extremely long way. What are you doing? There you go. Honestly, this is a pretty world. I can see why they would choose to set up camp here. There's a lot of pretty but hostile worlds out there. One of the things I definitely love about this game is, while the actual variety of alien creatures isn't as much as I would prefer, same thing with alien plants, there is one element of the creatures that I really enjoy, and that is that some are solitary, some are pack animals or herd animals, some are only hostile if you get close enough or if you do damage to them, some just run away from you. Like, they feel legitimately like I said, they feel legitimately like real creatures, you know? They don't just have a singular attitude, personality, whatever you want to call it. And it would have been fairly easy for them to just throw a bunch of monsters out there and they all want to kill you. Or they, you know, or only have the two variants, you know, where, oh, this one, this type of creature wants to kill you, and this type of creature just runs away. But they have proper variety. You know, some want to kill you, some don't even care about you. Like, you can wander around them and they're just like, meh.
The spoils of victory, I suppose. They know their messy glory.
Never let anything go to waste. Now, the one thing that I will say is, unfortunately, It's something that a lot of games that have animals and creatures in it, no matter whether they're realistic Earth-based creatures or a bunch of alien monsters, is when a hunting creature hunts, when a territorial creature kills, it's protecting its quote territory. Also, it's doing it for meat or whatever. But a lot of times in video games, you never see a creature hunt and actually eat. They just hunt. You see it in Red Dead Redemption, you see it in this game, you see it in a lot of games where there's creatures that can hunt. And that's something I'd like to see change as we develop, well, as developers develop games in the future. I'd like to see them, you know, when a creature is hunting, have it hunt and then stop and eat the kill. Like, that's theoretically why it's hunting, you know? Instead, what typically happens is that a creature hunts down another creature, it kills it, and then it just moves on to continue hunting another creature over and over and over and over. And that's the one part that definitely breaks the immersion. Especially in a game like Red Dead Redemption 2. Or 1. You know. This is the place you were considering using for the Helios retreat? And not just because, I mean, the obvious trashy appearance of it, but like, this isn't very nice looking. Just in general, it's too industrial. The land is kind of less interesting. The place you built looks great. Speaking of, We'll give them a chance, but more than likely it's not going to matter.
Found you.
Catastrophic damage.
There you are. Do they have anything of value? I cannot wait to see you.
Okay. If this place is just full of robots, we're going in hard. Well, since I only found 3 knives in there, at least 2 went missing.
My sensors have detected possible enemy activity. I will investigate.
My day is... You will think of me, I hope.
I always do. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I have my light on, but you can barely tell because of some kind of, like, I don't know what, filter or something. I don't know why. Oh, interesting.
Where did you learn to do that? I imagine it was not part of your training as a miner.
I wasn't always a miner. Let's just say that you had a past, and so did I. You know, that would be something neat for the Bethesda to start doing for your main character, is create a backstory. I don't know if anybody here has played Mountain Blade, but at the beginning of Mountain Blade, when you start your game, in order to help create your character and also just create a simple backstory, you go through a series of questions about your past, and they help define what you're going to end up being. If you choose to keep that, you can always choose to ignore what skills and options it gives you when you go through it, but it's a neat element that in a roleplay game, it would be nice to see more of that in general. And you don't have to go super complex with it, but it would be nice to have that in your back pocket, so to speak, so that when somebody like a companion that you are romantically involved with says something like, "Where'd you learn to do that? I bet it's not part of your mining background." You could literally answer their question and say something to the effect of whatever background choices you made, like, "You're right, it isn't. This is what I used to do, blah, blah, blah." You could go for some real generic background choices, like, oh, here's a generic criminal background choice, here's a generic corporate background choice. You know, make it part of the world, obviously. You know, instead of the... For example, when you start this game, you do start with a potential background, but it doesn't have as much impact as would be preferred. In fact, honestly, it has almost no impact. There's a few little dialogue options here and there, but overall, eh. And they could have just gone a little bit deeper on those backgrounds, you know? Have some, especially with your romantic partner, have some dialogue options that are specific to, like, whatever your background was. And I know that would require a lot more effort, but it would be worthwhile effort for most people. I think would think it was worthwhile effort.
I have lost contact with the enemy.
which I know that's way too high, so let's go ahead and do that.
The spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
They amount to stuff in my inventory, which is good enough for me. Gonna take the fast way back. I'm sure you can follow Andrej. No, not that. Wow, that cave really stands out. I don't know if that's some kind of a light or a natural thing. And I'm not going to investigate. Now see, it changed my point of reference there because, oh, you're technically a little bit closer to that cave entrance, and you should go through the cave entrance to get there because it's technically closer. Except it's not, based on what I'm doing right now. The beeline to the destination is closer this way. That's something that Bethesda games, and not just Bethesda games, there's a bunch of games out there that have done that same kind of, like, here's your quest marker. Oh, wait, go over here. Nope, nope, go over there. Oh, wait, no. You know, like, dude. Please. Please. I don't know if she's gonna be... There she is. Hey, Dredge.
I am grateful for our time together, always.
Can I tell you something?
I suppose you may have a moment of my time.
Only a moment. I know it's cheesy, but in the vast ocean of space, I'm glad I washed up on your shore.
I will never tire of hearing you voice your feelings.
Got anything for me?
Oh, yes, perhaps this is of use to you.
I can always use more credits. Hey, I have a question. I know it hasn't been too long, but how are you feeling about our arrangement?
Do you want to hear me say that you make me deliriously happy? Because you do.
I'll never get tired of hearing things like that.
Then I shall be sure and tell you more often, darling.
Aha. So since this is my first commitment in this game, I now see that that is the option to end it. Gotcha. I can't imagine why you'd want to. I suppose, oh, I don't like this companion. But, I don't know. So, didn't find a kidnapper.
You seem to have weathered that trek well enough. Were you able to find anything at the facility?
Unfortunately, it seems to be a dead end. The only clue was a slate, and it doesn't have any info.
It certainly is. Monica, anything you can do with this?
I can take a look. Oh, it's encoded. Made to look scrambled. And done badly. Looks like... there. Seems there were two of them. Oh my god, it's all here. The accidents, the kidnapping, Greg's attack. These two, they did it all.
Any mention of who they are? They're not with the construction crew, are they?
No names, but there are a pair of ID numbers. They're with the Trackers Alliance.
The Alliance sent 2 bounty hunters? Here? What? Our bounties are all paid.
I'm not seeing an Alliance contract or documentation. I think this is off the books.
Trackers? Consider yourselves lucky to still be alive.
It appears we have been fortunate. But it does beg the question. So, a couple of trackers have decided to haunt us on their own free time. Why?
Doesn't say.
Sounds to me like they've got a vendetta. Hard to see why else they'd bother.
That certainly seems in the realm of possibility.
So then this is an easy fix. They're bounty hunters. We pay them to leave us alone.
And make ourselves a target for every other hunter in the universe. We need to take a stand.
Says the one guy physically incapable of taking one.
We're not doing anything until we actually find them. Any mention in there of where our trackers might be now?
Sounds like they're on a supply run, outside the system.
Then we got a little time. Given their background, and ours, I expect you're the only person here they might actually listen to. Would you be willing to act as an emissary on our behalf?
Can you tell me any more about who they might be?
Slate's not big on details. There's 2 of them they're clearly armed, but that's about all we've got to go on.
But trackers aren't usually the type to take prisoners when it's not required. So the fact that they've thus far remained largely non-violent, well, it means they might be willing to negotiate. With the right person, of course. Which I think, in this case, is you.
Don't worry. They won't bother you guys. Ever again.
I'm sure we can find a way to solve this issue, which won't require bloodshed.
Let's just pay them and be done with it. I mean, we clearly need more manpower anyway. I'll hire them on as contractors.
To hell with that. We know where they live. Let's have our friend here get the drop on them and send them to the great beyond.
The last thing we need is the galaxy thinking that's how we solve our problems around here, Mr. D'Angelo. I would request you try to avoid any violence. But if you're looking for suggestions on how to proceed, well, it seems we've got opinions to spare.
And yours is?
Thank you again for doing this. I'm counting the moments until it's all over.
What would you do? I've heard you would like to just pay them.
I think you should offer them money, and I'm willing to help. Here, all I have liquid at the moment. Hopefully it'll be enough.
Well, that's an option.
Take care, please.
We know what you think.
I would hate for anyone else to get hurt in all this, so please, try to solve things peacefully. Love, I can only guess at what these 2 might be after. But it's clear they perceive something about us as a threat. They're afraid. And all you can do with fear is try and understand it. So, just listen to them, okay? Hear what they have to say. And see if you can make whatever it is they're worried about a little less scary.
That sounds very, boy, how would I describe that? You know, it sounds nice, but not everybody's nice.
Good luck out there.
And I also know your opinion, but tell me
Looking for
more.
my suggestion? I don't think they're gonna respect anything other than force. But I think Sloane's not gonna be happy if you handle it that way.
Haven't really heard from you.
These trackers have already shown they're willing to hurt people. Don't get yourself killed on our account.
What would you do?
Had to deal with my fair share of their kind over the years. You don't get into that job to make it rich. You get into it to be your own boss and prove how tough you are. So, my advice? Let them know that pushing around a bunch of counselors just makes them look like bullies, not tough.
Alright.
Be careful with those goons.
You know, I am one of those goons, right? Well, technically. I joined the club, but... And I do take bounty jobs, but only because they're fun. And let's be honest, I don't go after random criminals. It's mostly spacers, Crimson Fleet.
Someone said Killman was carried off by trackers.
Well, just because he's not one of the criminals here doesn't mean he didn't have a bounty.
You taking off immediately, or are there other matters that require your attention?
There is actually another matter that requires my attention, but it's not going to take too long. Wait, what? I'll still do the thing I came here to do, and apparently it said they were off-world, so I assumed they were off-world. My bad for not paying attention to the quest marker. It's actually one of the reasons to always have the quest markers available, because sometimes you think you're going to the right place and you're not. Oh. Never mind. These are the times when fast travel is the option. You know, when it sends you back and forth to the same locations over and over again, it's like, well, all right, we've done that trip. Gee, we were just here. Oh, isn't that cute?
What the? Who's that?
No clue. You! Who are you and what the hell are you doing here? And just who the holy hell are you?
You're going to stop harassing the Helios retreat, or you're going to regret it.
Huh, so the retreat figured us out, huh? Brought in their own muscle.
See? I told you Kilman was gonna lead them to us. Should have slit his throat when we had the chance.
Quiet. Listen, unless you're here to tell us those convicts have decided to close up shop, then we've got nothing to discuss.
Why do you care? You're not afraid of a couple of ex-cons, are you?
I couldn't care less about the cons. They can huff fish innards until they rot for all we care. But this retreat, if they actually succeed, keep criminals out of the bounty system, well, the galaxy probably doesn't need so many trackers at that point, does it? And then maybe the big boys like the UC and the Collective set up programs of their own, just like Helios. Put us all out of a job. No, better to nip it in the bud now before it becomes a threat. Which is why I'm not interested in discussing anything except the date and time they're shutting their doors.
You know, I could go about this one direction, but let's try another one.
It is a reasonable request. You would do well to consider it.
That's so.
Even if the retreat succeeds, there's always work for savvy, capable people like you two.
See, you don't get it. Fine.
I do.
We'll leave the retreat alone. Can't make any promises about us being the last, though. Just get out, all right?
I'm not going down without a fight!
Just to let you know who's really in charge. And what happens next time. You don't want there to be a next time. Technically, I handled it peacefully. Technically.
Do you see anything useful?
The problem with both paying them off and violence is that violence might work, but they also might just come in more force and consider this place a threat. Paying them off just makes them want to be paid off even more. So we talked, with a little show of force at the end.
There you are. You were gone for quite a while, love. Are you all right? Were you able to find our trackers?
Less said the better, but it's taken care of.
Not sure I like the implication, but I suppose I have to respect it. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. This place, all of us, we are in your debt. There is just one last piece of business, though. Nevin asked to speak to you, in private. He's waiting for you up in the office.
Sounds ominous. Maybe he just wants his money back. What's up, Nevin?
Ah, there you are. So, first things first, I need to say, well, thank you.
Your credits are thanks enough.
And I do hope they were sufficient. It's just the situation you set right with the trackers. It's one we don't want to find ourselves in again. Luckily, we have someone, our founding donor in fact, who has offered to reach out to the Alliance, ensure their good behavior going forward. Before she does, however, she's asked for the details of what exactly occurred. I've already shared my own insights, but, well, she wants to talk to you, too. Is that something you might be amenable to?
Who am I speaking to?
Our benefactor has said she'd prefer to do the introductions herself. But you can rest assured she wants only to thank you in person, hear your side of the story. Nothing more sinister than that.
Sure, I can talk to her.
Ah, she'll be pleased to hear it. Head to Aquila City in the Cheyenne system. Check in with Justin Sneed, her security chief. And I would ask you to try and be polite. She's the only reason we're here.
Sure, why not? Got a couple things to do out in the Sea of Stars, but I don't see any reason why we can't take care of that. Yeah. I mean, this place could honestly be pretty nice. Could turn it from both a... Could turn it into a resort, not just a place for criminals to rehab.
Word, and we shall be on our way.
Well, the word will be given shortly, but first, I need a nap. And somebody's been in my quarters, because that door wouldn't be open otherwise. Just a quick sleep.
I feared the Great Serpent himself may have needed to avert his eyes at some of what went on last night.
Well, I don't mind if the Great Serpent watches. Nope, didn't get rid of it. Whatever effect is affecting me is going to affect me until it stops affecting me. I don't know. I tried. We can also try one other thing, which is to go down here under P for Panacea. Nope, still affecting me. However, I did get my full health back, so something was affecting me. Alright, let's get out of here. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to almost hit you.
Engines firing. Here we go.
Orbital insertion achieved. We're spacebound again.
Yes, we are. Alright. We'll head back there soon enough. Let's go to Ursa Minor.
Grav jump complete.
Okay, you're flying around like a crazy person. Like,
Throw everything you got at it. It's the Mantis.
The down. Enemy's shield system is offline.
mean, I know I'm the scary mantis, but still, good grief.
Docking cycle complete. Looking swell today, Cap.
I believe we are not alone. Another victory! Well earned.
I'll let you,
You're a genuine lifesaver.
Thanks. I'll let you take care of the bodies.
I just knew the Rangers would come through. I never lost faith.
You stay safe out there.
I'll do my best. And now I need a long shower to forget all of this. Thanks.
Yeah. You enjoy.
It's always a good day when we get to chat.
We're on our own again.
The only thing I am slightly annoyed by is on these go kill the fleet whatever deal with a spacer. Quite frequently it says go to any planet in the system. But here's the problem with that. The target isn't at any planet in the system. The target is in a very specific location, and it doesn't send you to that location most of the time. Usually, especially if they're around a moon, it'll send you to a planet in the system. If you just do it from the main map, or from, not from the map, but from the main, you know, cockpit view. So going in to the map is better for those specific missions. Because then you can just look and see, oh, there's the specific location. I'll just go right there. Now, also,
Must have been a good jump. We're
maybe
still
you
in
don't
one
want to go
piece.
right there, but anyway. Hello, friend.
Always looking for the next target.
Me too. And guess who the next target is? That's right. You are the next target.
Green lights on outer hatch. We're docked. Need a hand?
No, thank you. I've got this covered.
No one takes a shit from the...
You have made a grave mistake.
Choco Bites.
Clamps released.
landing site is good to go.
Before we head out, I'm going to go ahead and take a short rest. So, we'll be back. Until then, please wait. Alright. We're back. Looks like a cookie. The surface. Not the glass, but the planet below it.
I hope Cora doesn't get too much underfoot.
Never.
If you need to harvest any organic materials, now would be the time.
Interesting, going through the empty hab allowed the exterior sound to come through. I wonder if that's just the location of the hab within my gargantuan ship, or if it's because it's an empty hab. I don't usually use empty habs, so could be a combination of both. Okay.
You are in hot water, friend. I don't know what you were thinking coming here.
Let me guess. This is a setup.
Yup. To be fair, he's had me sitting here for days waiting for the next fool who came after him. He's had his sights pinned on this spot the whole time. Bastard's patient. I'll give him that. If I was to guess, he's probably positioned on the ridge over by...
Now, what do we have here? I knew the Council was desperate to watch me hang, but to send a tracker? I'm flattered.
The Council? What are you talking about?
The Free Star Council of Governors. Who do you think put the bounty on my head? I've been on their shit list for years, picking off every scout they've sent my way. I guess they finally decided to outsource the issue.
You know, if you show yourself now, I can bring you in alive.
Unfortunately, that's not an option. This is about more than just me. The Council of Governors is venal, to say the least. My men and I intend to liberate the Free Star people from a government they don't even realize is despotic. I appreciate the offer, though. I understand for you this is simply business. Regardless, there's only one way this ends, so let's not waste any more time. Happy hunting, Tracker.
My favorite person.
Wait here a minute.
Of course, take your time. is it not? You can't hope to win.
That's one thing I kind of wish this game did. So you'll note that some of these remain open, like this. I wish when a container was empty, it remained open. You know, just graphically, so you could see, you know, it's not super necessary because you can get close to it and see that it's empty by the way they modified the inventory management in this game after Fallout 4. But it would be nice. there appears to be only one left, so let's go.
I was just thinking about you.
We can take out this last one together.
Yes, let's. Take what you must. Leave the rest for the scavengers.
Jackass. That is something that is super annoying. Your companions will quite frequently just walk right in front of you while you're sitting there doing searching and stuff like that, because they're not programmed to keep a distance appropriately. They're programmed to, like, oh, I'm too far away, let me get close to the main character. And that's one of those things that should have been fully made better, because that's been a Bethesda thing since Oblivion? Morrowind? I don't know, I didn't play much of Morrowind. It might have been as far back as Morrowind. For sure Oblivion, and definitely Skyrim. I only put about, I think, 100 hours into Oblivion. I put well over 1,000 into Skyrim. But, like, and the reason I don't take Vasco is because when a human person wanders right in front of me as I'm looting or just wandering around, etc., it's a minor annoyance. When Vasco does it, he is so big, it is more than a minor annoyance. It is a considerable interruption in gameplay and flow. And so I never take him. And then I can't leave him at the outpost because he ends up on my ship somehow. And I can't take him with my ship because he has a huge range of like defense, territorial range of defense. I don't know what you would call it, but basically if anything gets within like a few 100 meters of the ship, he starts blasting at it. And sometimes that few 100 meters is close enough to whatever main mission I'm doing that he ruins stealth. So I just leave him at the lodge, because it's the one place that I know he will not interrupt me. Which is a shame, because I like Vasco. But yeah, it's one of those things where they could have designed the AI for companions to be a lot better. And they've had 2 decades to do it. You know, this is not like, oh, it's just this game or it's just the last game. No. They've had 2 decades to redesign their companion AI to be better, and they just aren't for some reason. You know, every game since Oblivion, they've left it to the mods to make a mod for better AI. It obviously bugs me a bit. Cinnamon rolls. I used to avoid picking up the food in containers because I thought the containers were open, but then I learned the containers aren't open. They actually have a lid you can barely see. So now I pick up the food in the containers because my assumption on space technology is that being in those containers makes it last forever. Makes sense, right? It's space magic. It's one of my favorite lines from the MCU. Because it's such an easy way to hand wave so much of what happens in science fiction, especially things like Star Wars and the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you know. Don't get bogged down in the pseudoscience of it all, just accept that it's space magic and move on. I can't remember what the specific line is, but Thor uses the phrase space magic in Endgame, I think. Yeah, we went over there. Alright. Let's look at our stuff. if you're using a controller, to scroll through things extremely rapidly, use down on the D-pad and hold down on the left stick.
What the heck was that?
Someone or something will clean up whatever's left behind.
Or not. I don't imagine whoever's left is going to care. Nobody. from behind.
The target's 4 clicks out, we're fine. It helps me zone in.
That makes one of us.
Well, you're not the one taking the shot.
The hell with that.
It's nothing. Probably one of the native animals. They're harmless.
The hell is that thing? Fulton, we need to go.
Can you relax, please?
That is not a native animal. We need to move.
Hey, who's there?
Decent fighter and skilled hacker? Is there nothing you cannot do?
You'll have to tell me later. Pardon me. Anywho.
Extra ammunition is always welcome if they have any.
Absolutely. Spatula City, Spatula City! When you want to say it with love, say it with a spatula. I don't just buy from Spatula City, I'm also the owner. Spatula City! If you have not seen the movie UHF, give it a watch. It is silly in all the best ways.
I'll admit, your choice of music is starting to grow on me. Why am I here? The Hives just wanted to conduct a quick psych evaluation, that's all. Am I not cleared for combat? No, you're still good to be deployed. Have I been insubordinate? No, we just wanted to. Great, thanks for the time, Doc. I'll see you later. This is about the siren attack you reported. What are you on about? It's no secret the UC's use of xeno-warfare has had demoralizing results. But your field reports are particularly disturbing. You claim you witnessed a war crime behind enemy lines. A xeno attack on a civilian settlement. You wrote here in your first report, a group of UC Red Devils unleashed their abominations on a town suspected of harboring Freestar scouts. Yes, and what? I know what I saw. Are you questioning the integrity of my reports? I'm simply trying to get your perspective. You've been drinking heavily since we pulled out of Nira. Some say you hold resentments towards the decision. That you believe the Council of Governors allowed these supposed war crimes to go unpunished. Resentments? I watched animals tear men apart, civilian bodies dragged around like goddamn chew toys. When we finally had the UC on the run, I was ready to personally hang every Red Devil I found. And then for some reason, we decided to pull out. Yeah, I hold resentments. Someone has to. God knows the victims can't. They're all dead. The Council is trying its best to. The Council is saving face and protecting their profit margins. There's my thoughts, Doc. Can I go now?
Andreja.
You need something, dearest?
Let's talk about your gear.
Need to see what I'm carrying?
I do. Okay. That's all.
Take care, love.
It'd be kind of neat if you could go on a date. You know? Like just some kind of activities to do with your significant other. Go drinking. Go to a bar. Dancing. Actually looking for the workshop. Nah. Alright.
There are worse ways to begin a day than here with you.
You can just stay there. If you want.
You look well.
I feel well.
Missed the sound of my voice, huh?
Yeah. Maybe if I put this over here. Yeah, we need a drinks machine and an espresso machine in there. Let's go take care of that. That's important. Should probably also start putting some stuff on display in there, but I think we'll wait until after we've done the Generdyne mission and equip this thing with the next piece of equipment. actually don't know how far back we want this, because I don't know how far back it goes versus how deep the counter is. Oh, we can pull it back a bit. Actually, no, yeah, let's pull it back just a little bit. Specifically right about there. Okay. And then over here, we'll put a more simplified coffee maker. Right in the middle. Right about there. Okay. And technically I don't think we need this, but it's always nice to have, I think, in any given situation. You know, maybe you just want some water. This is the tea station. And again, maybe you just want some water. Should it go this way? No. No, this is good. We will put it right into the corner here. That's good. Okay. That's good for now.
Need me for something, boss?
I don't. Let's try that again. Whatever effect is on me has gotten worse, but it won't go away. Might be because of some other things, but I don't know. Doesn't matter.
Prepare for liftoff.
Apogee kick complete. Orbit steady. You took out their jump drive.
Interesting. So for this one here, I need to go to Aquila. For this one here, I need to go to Aquila. For this one here, I need to go to Hopetown. For this one here, I can go to Hopetown. I think... let's go to Aquila. Uh-oh. I forgot the
Switching over to
contraband again.
standard engines.
Let's head somewhere private for a moment. Near the outer edge of the system. The number of times that I forget that I have contraband are far greater than the number of times I remember that I have.
Just passing along intel to friendlies. Over.
Okay.
This is a commercial passenger transport liner wanting to alert you about hostiles in the system.
Do you need any assistance?
No, it gave our passengers a bit of a scare, but the ship's A-okay.
Well, space is never dull. Glad you made it out.
You and me both. Us friendlies have got to watch each other's backs out here. Safe travels, stranger.
I don't know about you, but a fella could do a lot worse than Constellation.
Let's try that again. Nothing suspicious about a ship that's constantly flying away and coming right back every time they're scanned. Nothing suspicious at all. I want to pilot a mech.
Let's put this bird on the ground.
I spent significant time together meeting with smugglers. Brings back memories.
Good memories? Bad memories? Neutral memories?
If you're looking for a sidearm, I recommend Laredo's Firearm Factory.
The Rock might have some work for someone like you.
Yeah, I'm already doing work for The Rock. Hey, no one.
The hunt continues. I hope you fare well. Until you return.
You must harden yourself against doubt, or succumb to its woes.
Koyos, let's talk.
What do you request of me? Serious inquiries only.
Do we have any information on the name Cephas Hughes?
Evaluating database for Cephas Hughes. Please wait. Match found. First instance. Freestar Citizen Registry. Current status. Missing after Colony War. Evaluating most recent relevant data. Biometric scan match detected outside of Freestar jurisdiction on Paradiso. Room number 303. Is there anything else I can assist you with?
Not right now. Thanks for the info.
Goodbye.
Tower's closed. Come back some other time.
Oh, you're expecting me. I'm the savior of Ilios Retreat. Nevin sent me. Now step aside.
Slow it down there, friend. I've got 2 rules for this little meeting. Rule number 1. You're not to share anything you discuss up there. This is a private matter, and we're going to keep it that way. Rule 2. You decide to get playful with that weapon, we're going to have serious problems. Think you can abide by those?
Think you can? Let's just say, sure, and see how things go.
Suppose I can take that as a yes. Fine, head upstairs. Miss Lance is waiting for you.
And that must make you our guest. Please, take a seat. Now, you may already know who I am. Raisha Lance, CEO, Laredo Firearms. And you, I know all about. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done for the retreat. Truly, it's a project that's near and dear to my heart.
Why is a weapons manufacturer opening a retreat to rehabilitate people that use weapons?
I'm not the sole donor, but yes, the retreat is a project I've been trying to foster for some time now. My attempt to improve the plight of humanity, even if just in a minor way. Which is why I'm so thankful for your intervention on its behalf.
You're quite welcome.
Now, I presume Nevin already got you up to speed. I need details before I talk to the heads of the Trackers Alliance. Make sure their members understand the retreat's off limits. So if you don't mind, I'd like to just jump right into it. Lily here will be taking notes as we go. Now, Nevin said all the various incidents afflicting the retreat, they all stemmed from this pair of rogue bounty hunters. Do I have that right?
What sort of other incidents are you talking about?
There were a streak of thefts and accidents leading up to Mr. Kilman's kidnapping. We'd presumed they were just bad luck or local fauna. Ixel's not exactly the most hospitable of worlds, but Nevin made it sound as if those bounty hunters might have been responsible for it all. And I was hoping you could confirm if that was the case or not.
All I can confirm is that they were involved in the kidnapping. I wasn't there for the rest of that.
Ah, I'll be sure that's noted. But you did manage to get those two to leave the retreat alone. You mind my asking how you accomplished that?
I talked with them. Got them to see reason. There may have been a little show force involved.
2 trackers and you just talked them down? That's quite the feat. I'm interested in the details, though. How exactly did it all play out?
I'm an expert negotiator. Those two are lucky I didn't talk them into flying themselves into a star.
I bet they are. So, only other thing I wanted to ask, and I'm just looking for an opinion here, is there anything in your eyes that could have been done to prevent this happening?
In my opinion, the retreat is woefully underprotected. You definitely need more security there.
After everything I've heard from you and Nevin, I'm inclined to agree. It'll take time to get the right people in place for this kind of work, but I'll make sure it's addressed. But that should give me enough to present to the Alliance. Thank you for making the time. Now, what you did, well, it deserves something more than just a couple of firm thank yous. Here, I want you to have these. They're a rare make, but I think you've earned it. Now, was there anything else you wanted to talk about before we went our separate ways?
How are you planning to negotiate with the Trackers Alliance?
You make lots of friends in my position. Friends in the Freestar Collective. Friends in the UC. The sort of people with influence over things. Like, say, how much a locality is allowed to spend on Alliance contracts each quarter. When the Alliance heads grasp that it's better for us all to be friends, I expect they'll leave the retreat well enough alone.
It's a good idea. What made you want to get involved in the retreat in the first place?
It's something that's been on my mind for a while now. How best to help the galaxy's incarcerated population? Humanity's tried plenty of bad ideas. Throwing them in jail and forgetting about them. The UC gave that a go way back when. Took all their criminals to a penal colony on Suvorov and left them to their own devices. Well, those folks didn't appreciate that sort of treatment. Took over the colony. And now we call them the Crimson Fleet. Next, we tried making them pay fines instead of going to jail. Except if you don't have the money, that's no sort of improvement at all, is it? Bad idea after bad idea. I thought it was time we tried something new. That's where the plans for the retreat came from. Our attempt at doing things different.
Well, I think your plans with the retreat are a good idea, but just know this. Not every criminal is going to be rehabable.
That's kind of you, but without your help, it might have stayed just a goal. You have my sincere thanks. Now if you'll excuse me, as you've seen, there's plenty to be done.
All right, then.
Pardon? Thank you again. This meant a lot to Miss Lance.
I can be cordial. When I choose to be. All right. Let's go to the Paradiso hotel room. You know what? I think, yeah, we can get to our ship from here. Sort of. Just requires a little bit of outside the box thinking. And a boost pack. The boost pack is pretty much the most important part.
It seems to be where we left it.
Well, you know, as long as ship services doesn't steal all of our coffee makers. I don't think they will on this particular ship, but who knows. Don't worry, Walter. We'll get to Neon eventually. Honestly, I'm enjoying having you on my ship, though, so...
Hope you've enjoyed your stay here. And get the hell out. And just like that, we're in space.
had an idea. I don't know if I can do it or not, though. Oh, right. No, I can't. Never mind. I mean, I could, but it would require changing some design elements that I don't want to change. All right. To Paradiso we go.
Oh, I never get tired of that.
Me either.
Touchdown imminent.
Okay. That was weird.
You need something?
What's up?
What's up is...
Hey.
It didn't do the landing animation, and I don't even know if I'm landed. Am I landed?
I will never grow weary of seeing places like this.
We're not even in the correct landing spot. That's weird.
We're asking, hey, what can I do for you? Okay, no problem.
That's it. Feels like the longer you play the game, the more it just sort of piles on little bug after little bug after little bug. You know, a tiny glitch here, a tiny glitch there, and over time, the tiny glitches start to add up. For example, now there's an audio bug of the ship in sort of like...
I can see why this location was chosen for a resort. Very nice.
Heavy flight.
There are so many activities I'm looking for.
I cannot recall ever having the time, let alone the funds, for a vacation someplace like this.
Well, we'll have to stay here sometime. You know, I have my own place. Yeah, they should have. But they didn't. Alright, we'll do this the hard way. You wanted this.
You're pretty good, Tracker. Never thought I'd be bested by a bounty hunter. Maybe God is making an example of my hubris. If I were you, I'd take note of that. God, you really are a strange one. Listen, I'll save you the headache and get straight to the point. The people who sent you after me are a nest of vipers. As long as I'm alive, I'll try to put them down one way or another. Either you kill me here, or this little cat and mouse game never ends.
I respect your service to the people of the Freestar. If you really think you're fighting for them, live to continue that fight. But know that living doesn't mean I'm letting you go.
I'm doing my best. Freestar people don't even know what I'm fighting for. Alright, Tracker, you got me. Just promise you'll keep me out of Freestar custody. They'll want me cold the second I'm convicted.
Well, that's up to whoever else.
I'd prefer you not stare me down, Tracker.
Yeah, well, what you prefer and what I do is two different things. So that's another case of game designers saying you have to do it a particular way that we want you to do it. Because I had the weapons to have a little sniper shootout with him, but the game developer said, no, you have to get out of this apartment and go confront him. Why? it would have been safer on multiple levels for me to just stay right here and have a little range fight with him. I do like that it blew out the window. That was kind of neat. Hopefully when we leave here, that audio bug goes away.
Assuming all systems are nominal, we are ready to depart.
Well, we'll find out.
Pre-check complete. We're good. We're in orbit, Captain.
Alright. Guess it's time to go to Polvo. The auto bug does seem to have stopped, although we currently have the same audio again because the ship is at max speed, but
Well, you didn't put us into a planet, so we must be in the right place.
This is Freestar Ranger Niakalu. If anyone is hearing this, systems failing. Need help. I repeat, need
Alright, that's it. Welcome to Hopetown.
Seals are good, air pressure good, and we're docked.
I mean, while I'm here, you know. This is kind of the perfect example of what I'm talking about in what I have talked about in the past of presenting the player with a minigame that's actually kind of neat or interesting and then never giving them the opportunity to do it again. Like, they created this opportunity for this one mission, whereas they could have presented that opportunity in every ship fight. You know, if your hull gets too damaged or whatever. Anyway. You doing okay?
Please tell me you're here to help, not to try and steal my ship.
Well, it's a nice ship, but no, I'm not here to steal it.
Yeah, well, if you want to keep that badge, then don't get any ideas. This old girl and I have been through a lot together. I was tracking a crew of outlaws that's been preying on merchant ships. Bastards got the drop on me. I ran them off, but they got a few good hits in. As you can see, I ain't in much shape to make repairs.
We need to get you to a doctor.
I'll be fine once the pain medication kicks in. The priority right now is the ship. Can't do my job without it.
Already taken care of.
Thanks. That should get me home.
Now those outlaw ships need to be dealt with.
You're right. They were pretty beat up, so I don't think they got real far. But if they make it back to their hideout, I might never find them again. We can't let that happen.
Just tell me where they're headed. I'll take care of it. What can you tell me about the ships first, though?
Light armaments, not too fast. Pilots are gifted amateurs, but still amateurs. You'll be outnumbered, but they'll be damaged, which should even things up for you.
All right. Tell me where. I'll go do it.
They look to be heading for Polvo's moon Miatha.
Good hunting.
Stay healthy. I'll just go ahead and help myself to a little reward here. I'm sure you won't mind. And if you do mind, you're in no condition to do anything about it anyway. Delicious, delicious alien jerky and broth.
Docking seal released.
That is actually a pretty neat looking ship.
Tagged their grab drive.
Oh, poor little ship's missing its
Their
ship.
shields are gone. Take them out.
Welcome to Freestar Space. We're gonna do a quick scan for contraband, and you could be on your way. Alright, that's it. Welcome to Hopetown.
Before I land in the future, I should turn my ship's engines down, just so if that audio bug happens again, it's not that loud.
Landing site locked. Take us in.
Smugglers always like to use hot-tech ships to resemble legitimate transports. I wonder how the company feels about that.
Honestly, they probably enjoy it, because guess what? It gets them more sales. I think we already came in here before. But hey, if somebody wants to restock their toilet paper for me, I'm more than happy to take it. I think last time, though, we didn't get into this room because there was a ranger right there. Like, wouldn't leave or go to a different location, so... There we go. Probably better angled like this.
A fair amount of business runs through Hopetown, and from what I understand, most of it is legal.
Most. Whoop. So, fun fact, in Skyrim, you could just pick up a stolen object, an object to steal, and nobody would say anything about it. And so what you could do is you could move that object anywhere outside of the range of sight of somebody, and also Fallout 4 did the same thing, and then you could take it. In this game, they made it so that if you even pick up an object that is considered stealing, then everybody flips out if they can see it. Just like that. I didn't even intend to grab that. I was trying to close the damn door. Anyway, as a result, what you have to do in this game is you have to use an object that isn't considered stealing to move the object that is considered stealing outside of the range of sight, and you do the same thing. So their system makes it simply slightly more challenging to go about doing stuff like that, but not impossible. And I want those credits. I don't want to hear any complaints. So I'm gonna go get those credits. So, yeah, you just use an item that isn't stolen, isn't considered stealing, and you move the object that would otherwise be considered stolen, and nobody cares. Whee! And then you can steal it.
A fair amount of business runs through Hopetown, and from what I understand, most of it is legal.
And that's why we needed this version of the mod, because we don't want to accidentally just open a door and find ourselves in the exact same situation we were in just a moment ago, where people flip out because we unlocked a door. Hey, you, stop that! I'm making a citizen's arrest. What are you staring at anyway?
Keep an eye on your valuables. If you can't protect your own, you don't belong here.
We'd be dust, except for the factory.
Hello there, Ranger.
You made it. Those outlaws didn't give you too much trouble, I trust?
First things first, how are you feeling?
I can walk, talk, and breathe without too much pain. That's good enough for me.
Alright. Well, they were no trouble at all.
Good. I'm sure it didn't hurt that I softened him up for you. You've got good timing. A courier just came in from Aquila. The Marshal sends his regards along with a briefing on your case. I was surprised as hell to learn about the starship theft. Nobody said a word to me about it. Anyway, Mr. Hope can see us whenever you're ready. If you need to take a little time first, feel free.
Nobody from Hope Tech reported the starship theft?
No, and I can't get answers as to why not. I'm sure Mr. Hope has his reasons.
Yeah, sounds sketchy. Let's meet with Ron Hope.
His office is upstairs. He's in a meeting, but it should be wrapping up. Come on.
Off-worlders.
I'm guessing the
Nothing ever
Marshal
good
already
comes
told
from
you this,
them.
but I'll say it anyway. Ron Hope isn't just the founder and president of Hope Tech. He's on the Council of Governors. The Council oversees the Freestar Rangers.
I have never liked Hope Tech ships.
I've spent a long time
Though I
trying to
suppose
build a
that
good
is
relationship
hardly
with
the
Hope.
point of them.
He comes on a little strong, but there's a lot to admire about the man. Everything you see around you, he built. Pretty much everyone in this town owes him for their livelihood. Can't begin to imagine the kind of pressure that must put on someone. All I'm saying is, try to show a little respect. All the way up. Is it just me, or does every executive in the settled systems have an office on the top floor? I guess being above everyone makes them feel like they're, well, above everyone.
I guess I could offer double shifts. It'll push payroll pretty high, but I think it's a worthwhile trade-off. As for parts, we could try outsourcing. Do a contract with scavengers, maybe, but that's a decision that's got to be made upstairs.
Well, talk to Elaine about the scavengers. It's not a bad idea, provided we get a good deal. And I don't mean a fair deal. I mean a good deal. Remember, it's not just our bottom line that matters. We're also responsible for the welfare of everyone in the factory. We look out for our people here, Burchett. That's a point of great personal pride.
Excuse me, Mr. Hope?
Well now, the Freestar Rangers. At last! Damn good to see you, Mia. I think we're done here, Burchett.
Yes, sir.
This is the deputy I told you about.
Splendid. Splendid! It's a noble calling, being a Freestar Ranger. We certainly could use more of you. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what an outrage it is to have a ship stolen right out of the factory. Justice must be done, and the sooner the better.
I found your stolen ship on Montera Luna.
That's good news. I'll send my people over to bring it home. Of course, that doesn't mean your work is done. I want the thief found and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I'm sure I don't need to remind you of my position on the Council of Governors.
Apparently you did need to remind me. I'm aware of your position.
Then, I trust that you know what I expect of you. Now, tell me that you've at least got a lead of some kind.
The ship was stolen by some mercs. Hired a thief to steal it.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised. Sadly, there's no lack of mercenaries in the settled systems. I suppose the chance to cut costs by stealing a ship was too good to pass up. Well, I'm not sure I can be much help, but I'll answer whatever questions I can.
Was there anything unique about the stolen ship?
No, nothing at all. It was just a standard Hope Tech cargo holder. Not that it didn't have great value, mind you. Hope Tech builds some of the most durable and reliable starships in the settled systems. Now, you can bet my ships last twice as long as anything Stroud Eklund makes.
Anyone see the thief?
We questioned everyone who was in the building when it happened, and not one person seems to have seen anything at all. Frankly, I think that's both highly unlikely and more than a little suspicious. However, I can't deny there are times when the hangar is empty, so it's not inconceivable the thief could have slipped in unseen.
Why didn't anyone report the theft?
Because I told them not to. If word got out, it would do irreparable harm to our image. I'm in fierce competition with other starship manufacturers. Any sign of weakness could be fatal. What's more, every starship thief in the settled systems would likely flock to Hopetown and start planning the next heist.
What about inside help? Know anything about that?
What? Nonsense! We vet our people thoroughly here. Hope Tech holds its employees to the very highest standards. Nevertheless, I suppose I could have Cosette conduct a thorough personnel review. Rest assured, if we turn up any evidence that one of our people was an accomplice, I'll let you know.
Well, I think we're done here then.
Very well. I need you to understand something, Deputy. This town is home to men, women, and children who depend on Hope Tech for a living. I provide jobs that put food on their tables and a roof over their heads. It's a responsibility that I take very seriously. If word gets out about the stolen ship, my investors will lose trust, and my workers will pay the price. I can't allow that.
If more people know about the theft, your chances of learning something useful will improve. Someone might have seen the thief and could identify them.
I considered that, but in the end, I deemed it too great a risk. I've chosen to place my faith in the Freestar Rangers instead.
I make no promises about discretion, but I understand your position.
I hope so.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Hope, but there's been a development.
Not now, Cosette. I'm in the middle of something.
But sir, we have new information. I've just received a report that the stolen ship was seen landing at Neon just after the theft.
A breakthrough at last. Well, Deputy, it sounds like you'll be heading to Neon, which means I can get back to work. Remember what we discussed. My people are depending on you.
Hey, can I get a word?
Possibly. I'm kind of busy at the moment, playing around with desk tools and stuff. Oh, I see how it is. Not gonna let me do that one, are ya? What about this one? What about this one? Oh. Oh, there we go. Oh. Pardon me, Andreja.
Cosette, we had to break up a scuffle among some of the engineers. The timetables got everyone on edge.
Does this involve the security of Mr. Hope?
Well, no, but your people are just standing idle, and we can use help.
Idle. You think we neglect our duty? Mr. Hope's protection and welfare is my sole.
You will make life difficult for both of us if you get caught.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna get caught.
But if something happens right in front of my people, we will call it in.
Thank you, Cosette.
Hold it right there. You're under arrest.
You won't take me alive.
Shit, why do I always get the...
I will not aid you in this.
Oh my! What the hell do I do?
How could you do...
Can't take it!
What a bunch of horse shit. Oh man, I bet I have to go through the whole thing too, because I think that's after the conversation. Always save before you steal stuff in front of people. That's my bad. Yeah. Well, let's see how much we have to redo. Little temporal shenanigans here. Oh, wow. All the way back here.
I have never liked Hope Tech ships. Though I suppose that is hardly the point of them.
You made it.
Yep. How you
I
feeling?
can walk, talk, and breathe.
Good.
That's good enough for me.
Yep. No trouble at all.
Good.
All right, let's go.
You've got good timing.
Yep.
I was surprised as hell.
Oh, I know.
Anyway, Mr.
Let's, nobody, blah, blah, blah.
No, and I'm sure Mr. Hope has his
Let's go meet with
His
him.
office is upstairs. I'm guessing the Marshal already told you this, but I'll say it anyway. Ron Hope isn't just the founder and president of Hope Tech. He's on the Council of Governors. The Council oversees the Freestar Rangers, so don't rile them up. I've spent a long time trying to build a good relationship with Hope. He comes on a little strong, but there's a lot to admire about the man. Everything you see around you, he built. Pretty much everyone in this town owes him for the work. Can't begin to imagine the kind of pressure that must put on someone. All I'm saying is, try to show a little respect.
You mean by not stealing the things on his desk and getting caught by security somehow, despite the fact that I was clearly hidden?
Office on the top floor. I guess being above everyone makes them feel like they're, well, above everyone.
You just need to listen to good old-fashioned creativity. Do you know how I built this company? By not spending a single credit that I didn't have to.
I guess I could offer double shifts. It'll push payroll pretty high, but I think it's a worthwhile trade-off. As for parts, we could try outsourcing. Do a contract with scavengers, maybe, but that's a decision that's gotta...
Talk to Elaine about the scavengers. It's not a bad idea, provided we get a good deal. And I don't mean a fair deal. I mean a good deal. Remember, it's not just our bottom line that matters. We're also responsible for the welfare of everyone in the factory. We look out for our people here, Bridget. That's a point of great personal pride.
Excuse me, Mr. Hope?
Well now, the Freestar Rangers. At last! Ah, damn good to see you, Mia. I think we're done here, Bridget.
Yes, sir.
This is the deputy I told you about.
Splendid. Splendid! It's a noble calling, being a Freestar Ranger. We certainly could use more of you.
Boss lady wants to know if we have to start from...
I'm sure I don't have to...
Yep. Blah, blah. Montero Luna.
That's...
Yep.
Of course.
Good job.
I want the thief found.
Of course you do.
I'm sure I don't.
You don't have to remind me. I'm aware of your position.
Then, I trust.
Yeah, blah, blah.
Now.
Some kind of lead? Well, a group of mercenaries.
Well, sadly,
yeah,
I
know. I'm one of them.
To cut costs, but, well, I'm...
Anything unique?
No,
blah,
not that it
blah,
didn't have...
blah.
You can bet my...
Anyone see the theft?
We questioned everyone.
I know what you
Frankly,
already said.
However...
Inside help?
What?
Oh, it is nonsense, isn't it?
I-
Alright, that's okay.
Rest assured.
And report?
Because I told them that if word... I'm in... what's more?
I think we're done.
Very well. This town...
Yes,
provide
blah,
job.
blah.
If word gets...
If more people... Someone might have seen the
Andresia's
thief and-
right.
I considered that, but I've chosen.
I understand.
I hope so.
I'm sorry
You
to interrupt,
hope
Mr. Hope, but
so?
there's been a development.
Not now, Cosette. I'm in the middle of something.
But sir, we have new information. I've just received a report that the stolen ship was seen landing at Neon just after the theft.
A breakthrough at last. Well, Deputy, it sounds like you'll be heading to Neon, which means I can get back to work. Remember what we discussed. My people are depending on you.
Hey, can I get a word?
Sure. Let's go somewhere to have a word. I guess this is where we're going to have a word.
That wasn't as helpful as it could have been. Still, at least you know where to pick up the trail.
Cosette, we had to break up a
Yeah,
scuffle.
I was hoping to learn more.
Yeah, me too. So, guess you're headed for Neon. There's a ranger stationed there. Name's Jalen Price. He's a little different than the rest of us. But a Neon's a different kind of place.
Mr. Hope's protection and welfare is
What can you tell me about Ranger Price?
He's what I'd call a pragmatist. He sees things for what they are. He's also well-connected, which means a lot on Neon. You should listen to what he tells you. It'll keep you out of trouble.
And how exactly is Neon different?
Well, we could talk for an hour about that. The short version would be that crime, law, and justice don't exactly mean the same things there. The badge doesn't carry the same weight on Neon, so you might have to get creative.
Alright, I'll go talk to him.
He should be able to help you out. Well, we've both got work to do. It was good to meet you, Deputy. Thanks again for helping me out up there.
What's next for you?
I'll be taking it easy for a couple of days. Need time to heal up. Then, I need to get back up there and keep an eye out for more pirates. I'm hoping to track one of their ships so I can find their hideout. Guess we could both use a little luck, huh?
Well, keep aware. I don't think we got the whole story here.
Yeah, the question of who helped the starship thief is still an open one. Don't you worry. I'll keep an ear to the ground. You be careful in Neon.
So you both are just gonna stand there now. Is that the plan?
Cosette, we had to break up a scuffle among some of the engineers.
Seriously? You
Timetable's got
just
everyone
had
on
that
edge.
conversation.
Does this involve the security of Mr. Hope?
Well, no, but...
Alright, we're not gonna be able to do anything with that right now. We'll have to come back later. Too many people just standing around, staring for no good reason. What, are they afraid somebody's gonna steal their precious books?
Off-worlders. Nothing good ever comes from them.
You're all off-worlders.
Just keep it holstered and we'll get along fine.
I was born here. Yeah, but you didn't natively originate from this planet. Nobody did. Everybody originated from a dead planet that nobody lives on anymore.
Workers like to play hard here. They deserve it.
Just 3 more to go until break.
3 more what? Neon. 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 Well, we could do that, but I can also do that when we eventually get back to the key, so... Neon. That's never gonna happen. Not doing any of those, not doing that one. Do we have any new stories? Nope. No. Neon. What about activities? Let's go check in with the Helios staff. And that is also in Neon, so we're getting closer to basically doing a lot of stuff in Neon. Because once we get there, not only do we have a lot of quests that we built up for Neon, but oh my word, Neon quests. Holy moly, there are so many.
We are here. What will be our next course of action?
Well, first we're going to Helios. checking in some people.
Engine's purring. Let's do this.
Looks peaceful from up here, doesn't it? Smooth jump. Nice work. Gear looks green. Ready to land. You've got something for me?
Do you have something for me?
Can I help? I certainly do. It's all yours.
Thanks, Sarah.
Goodbye.
Not sure rehabilitation can be a valid alternative to incarceration. But I would be happy to be proven wrong.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised it was trackers. Bunch of cutthroats.
Hey.
The security needs of a place like this, well, at least I'll never be bored.
So?
Couple of damn trackers with a vendetta. Uh-huh.
Man, I ache in places I didn't know I had.
Well, talk was had.
Just happening through our neck of the woods, stranger? Nevin told me about your summons. Our, donor wasn't too hard on you, I hope.
Why so much secrecy about the donor?
It's something she had asked for. She doesn't want her firm's reputation and ours to affect one another. But I'm mostly just curious how things went.
We're best friends now. We'll be taking her mega yacht for a spin once it's the season.
Hey, I'm sure you two will have a great time. Well, thanks to your little chat, our donor's doing everything she can to upend the various roadblocks in our way. We're in the process of vetting more security, looking at some additional and more agreeable contractors. Whatever gets this place closer to becoming a reality. Opening's still a ways off, but we'd be going nowhere if you hadn't wandered in.
How long do you think it's going to be before you can open?
It's hard to say for certain. We're only just now in a place where we can actually assess how long everything's going to take. But with time, we'll get there. And that's thanks to you.
So my master plan to get you shut down failed spectacularly. Oh, well.
Not in the cards this time. Thank you again, love. For you, our doors will always be open.
Anything to say?
The Elios retreat is going to change lives, and that's your doing.
What will there be to do around here?
Currently, very little. But once we're open, we hope to have all manner of training and personal development courses available for our residents. Most of our staff are formerly incarcerated themselves, so we hope to be able to provide a level of service unlike any other in the galaxy.
Well, good luck.
Take care, please.
Don't you worry. We'll get it done.
I'm sure you will. All right, then. It's time to go to Neon. We've pretty much done all we can in all the places we can except for Neon, and now Neon is our next port of call.
For orders, Captain.
I have no orders for you, Andresia. I like your independence.
And we're off. Smooth as glass.
Orbit achieved.
Respond or die.
Really?
Scanning. Huh? What? Damn it, you're the Mantis. It can't be. It can't be.
Don't make a big deal out of it.
Sure, yeah, just... Damn it. Listen, if you need the proper paperwork for this, that ain't so much a thing. Listen, just go. Sorry to bother you. Here's some credits. Please, just don't kill me, alright? I got kids. Like, so many kids. 10 of them. 10 children.
You have 15 kids? Really?
More. Listen, so many little mouths. Just don't kill me.
You have to be the worst liar I've ever encountered.
I know. I'm sorry. I won't lie anymore. Promise. Take this, please. It's every single credit I got. I promise. That's everything. Literally everything. Can I go now?
You're too pathetic to kill.
Yes, so pathetic. Thank you.
But before we go to Neon, we have some contraband to drop off, and...
Wow, look at that. A whole new set of stars.
And just like that, we're outside our home. Well, my home. Mine and Andracia's home.
Let's see what's on this ball.
Do you need me somewhere?
This is a beautiful place, don't you think?
I do. Alright. I think for this time, that's going to be it. So, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the stars.